Hi there, welcome back to the channel. Today we are building something really cool, a deep research AI agent similar to what you have seen in ChatGPT and Grok. We are coding our own version from scratch. Let me just show you what we are building. Let's ask it to research about how to run a Deepseek R1 locally and click submit. Now as you can see, our agent first asks for some clarifications about what specifically I want to know. This is similar to how ChatGPT might ask follow-up questions. Let's answer these questions. So what specific aspects of running Deepseek locally are you interested in? Well, I'm interested in installation and the configurations. Click next. The desired depth or complexity level of the research. Let's copy this. We need advanced technical details. And are there any particular perspective or use cases you'd like to focus on? Focus on the production environments. And are there any specific sources that you'd like to exclude? Well, I want to exclude non-technical sources and click on start research. Now here are our question answers. Now our agent is completely transparent about what it's doing. You can see it from here in the activities tab. First, it generates a research plan with targeted search queries. Then it is executing multiple searches using Exa Search API. After searching, it will extract and filter relevant content from each results. You can also see the sources which it has used from here. Now after the extraction, it will analyze its finding to identify gaps. If there is more research needed, then it will provide the new search queries. And it has started the second research iteration. Now it will keep doing this until it reaches the maximum search iterations, or it will get the required findings. Now finally, it will compile everything into a comprehensive report. Now it has extracted information from around 15 to 20 different sources. Look at this gorgeous report. It's well structured, includes sources, and covers all the aspects that I have asked for. Now our agent has synthesized information from multiple sources into a well structured report. And the best part of building this agent is that we can easily customize it however we want. If you want it to generate a well written article, then you just have to change this prompt of the report generation, and then you'll have the whole article. In this tutorial, we'll use multiple AI models, the Exa Search API, and some clever orchestration code to create this agent that can research any topic deeply and intelligently. Before we dive into coding, I want to explain what is an AI agent and the AI workflows and their differences, because right now many people are confused between these two terms. So what is an AI agent? As per the definition, an AI agent is an autonomous software entity that uses a large language model to interpret natural language, plan actions, and execute tasks using provided tools with little to no human intervention. Think of it as an employee you delegate a task to. You give it a goal and it figures out how to achieve it, choosing its own steps and tools along the way. AI agents have a better contextual understanding. They maintain context across long interactions and conversations. You can integrate tools that can connect to various databases, APIs, or third-party services. AI agents can be used for autonomous task execution. They can plan and execute tasks without constant human intervention. Multiple agents can collaborate and share information between them. Now let's see one example of an AI agent. A customer service AI agent that resolves customer queries by asking questions, looking up the information about the customer, and providing the solutions, escalating to a human when necessary. Now let's see what is an AI workflow. An AI workflow is a structured step-by-step process that integrates LLM into a series of predefined tasks to achieve a specific goal. Think of it as a recipe. It's a fixed set of steps to follow to complete a task. AI might be used within some of those steps to make them smarter. Workflow follows predefined steps. It has a clear start and end point with specific actions happening in a set order. Now, AI is used within the workflow to enhance the specific steps. And AI workflows are ideal for complex multi-step tasks where consistency and compliance are very critical. Now let's see one example of an AI workflow. A new customer onboarding workflow which analyzes the user data and might provide software access, create login credentials, and update systems like Workday or Salesforce. We are actually building what's best described as an AI agent-driven workflow. Before I explain why AI agent-driven workflow, let me walk you through this diagram that implements the logic of this deep research AI agent. So first, we provide the inputs that contains the question answers and the topic for the research, and then it generates a research plan. It generates the initial search queries. Then we have one loop. Now based on the search queries, first we will perform the search for each of the search queries using the Exa API, and then we will extract the content from the search results. Then we'll filter the content based on the topic, and we will store it in the research findings. So for example, if we have 3 initial search queries, then we will use the Exa API for each queries, and Exa API will give at least 5 results per queries, and we will extract all those 5 results and then we'll filter it and store it in the research findings. Now after this one pass, we'll provide all the research findings to the LLM to analyze whether the content is enough or not, and then it will analyze the content and it will provide whether it is sufficient or not. If it is sufficient, then it will generate the report. If it is not sufficient, and then it will also provide the new search queries. Now before we perform this loop again, we will check if for the maximum iteration, whether it is reached the maximum iterations or not. If not, then again we'll perform this whole process. If maximum iterations is reached, then we will generate the report. So if I summarize this diagram again, here we have provided the topic and the question answers. For more clarification about the topic, then it will generate the search queries. We'll use these search queries. We'll search for each query. We'll get the content. Then we'll use LLM to analyze the content and decide whether it is sufficient or not. If it is not sufficient, we'll get the new search queries, and again we'll run this loop until we find the relevant content or maximum iteration is reached, and then we'll generate the report. So why this is not an AI agent or not a pure AI workflow? Why I'm calling this an AI agent driven workflow? Because it has a few characteristics of an agent and few characteristics of an workflow. Now let me tell you this characteristics. So as an agent, it autonomously creates the search queries based on the topic and clarifications, and then it analyzes the findings and determines if it is sufficient or not. It adaptively generates the new search queries based on the identified gaps, and it operates in an iterative research loop until the content needs are satisfied. So these are the characteristics of an agent. Now if we check for the workflow, it follows this structured process flow with the defined stages, and it uses a predetermined set of AI models for specific tasks. For example, to generate this initial search queries, we are using the Llama, and for the analyzing content, we are using the Gpt-4o, and for the generating report, we are using Gemini thinking model. And this has a maximum iteration count to prevent the infinite loop, which usually agent does not have. So these are the characteristics of a workflow. So our whole system demonstrates the power of combining both approaches. the structured reliability of workflows with the adaptability and intelligence of an agent. So to conclude, we are building an AI agent driven workflow. So let's dive into the coding part. Let's use this Next.js CLI to initialize the app. Open your command prompt and make sure you are in the right directory. And let's just use this npx create next-app at latest. Press enter, press Y, and let's give it a name. Just say Deep Research AI Agent. Yes. TypeScript. Yes. We'll use src directory. Yes to the app router, and yes to the turbo pack. No to the imports. That's it. After this, we'll install the shared CN. So let's use this command, and it's done. Now let's change the directory. Just say cd, add the project name. That's it. Now let's install the components from the shared CN. We can use this command. Just write npx shared cn at latest and write init. For the color, just select the neutral, and here we are using the React 19, so that's why there is a chance of some packages may fail. So that's why we'll use the legacy peer deps to install the required dependencies. Now let's add the components. For that, we can use shared cn latest and add. So just npx shared cn @latest and write add. Alright, let's select accordion. Then we'll need button. We'll use the card as well, and we'll use collapsible. Now let's select form. We'll need input, label, then select progress and radio group as well. Let's use select and skeleton, sonar. Let's use tabs, text area, and the tooltip, and press enter. Let's use this legacy peer deps. And now it has added all the components in the src components UI folder. Let me just open the cursor editor. Just write code and dot. So here are all the shared CN components in the UI folder. Let's start the server. Alright, now let's start by editing the first page. Let me remove this div and keep only the main, and remove this as well. For this main, let's keep the minimum height to screen, width to full display flags, flags column, items to center, justify to start. Let's set gap of 8. padding top and bottom to 16. That's it. Let me remove all this. And here, let's add one div with flex. And this div, let's add h1 and just write deep research. After the h1, let's add one paragraph tag and let's write enter a topic and answer a few questions to generate a comprehensive research report. All right, here let's add the flex column, items to center and gap to 4. Let's save this. All right, for the h1, let's set text to 8XL, font bold and italic, set PG gradient to right from primary color and to primary. Let's decrease the opacity to 50 and background clip, text and text to transparent. I have used these classes to make this heading look a little bit classy with the gradient from left to right. Let's add the fonts. For that, go to the layout file and instead of these two fonts, we'll use enter. So make sure you import it from Google. And next is the dancing script. Here change this to enter and this to dancing dash script. Let's use both of them. So from the Tailwind's v4 version, usually we used to define all of this, the font variables and the color variables in the Tailwind config file. But from the version 4 of the Tailwind, we are not using that file. Instead, we are just directly adding the variables in the globals.css file right here. So in the add theme, let's just add dash dash font dash dancing dash script and use it as a variable. Just copy this and let's copy right here. Let's change this to enter. That's it. Now we should be able to use this. Let me save this. And here in the layout, let's set font enter. Let's save this. All right, and let's change this font to dancing script. Go to the page in the h1. Let's use font dash dancing script. And now it looks much better. Let's change the color of this text to gray. So in the P, set text gray. Let's select 600. Text to center. Let's save this. All right. Now let's add the user input right here. So in the components, let's create one more folder that says deep research. And inside this folder, let's add user input.tsx component. Now here, We'll use the form component from ShadCN. So let's open the documentation. Let's open the form component. First, we'll copy this and also make this a client-side component. So just add use client directive at the top. Now in the form schema, instead of username, we'll use input and set minimum to 2, maximum to 200. Next, let's copy both of these imports. So here we are using the React hook form to manage the form states. And then let's just copy this. Now this is the submit function handler, and here we are using the Zod resolver to resolve this form schema. If there is any error, then it will show the error as well. After this, let's import the different form components button and the input components from the UI folder. Let's copy this whole form and paste it right here. Instead of username, change this to input. Actually, we don't need this form label, so remove that. Remove the form description as well. And for the placeholder, let's just say enter your research topic. Let's save this and use the user input component in the page after this div. And here it is. Let's see if it is working or not. All right, we are getting the input. Let's style this. So for the input, let's add different classes. Set rounded to full and width to full. Set flex to flex-1 because we want this input to cover more width than the submit button. Set padding top and bottom to 6, otherwise padding to 4. All right, and set placeholder text to text-sm. Set bg-white and with 60 opacity. Border solid and shadow to none. All right, now also let's add the class name here as well for the form. Set display flex-column. Just keep it a row for the larger screens. Set item to center, justify to center, gap to 4. Let's set width to 50 VW. Let me remove the space in this button. Let's add rounded to full, padding left and right to 6, and cursor to pointer. Actually, we should add the flex1 in the form item. So set flex1 and width to full. Now it looks much better. Now let's see how we can generate different questions based on the topic that we provide from this user input component. Let me delete this. Now to use different large language models, we are going to use the OpenRouter because OpenRouter provides lots of models. So we just have to pay to the OpenRouter to access all these models. So make sure you have a few credits if you want to use the premium models. Otherwise, there are also a few models that are free, like if you select the Gemini, they have free preview models for the Gemini Pro 2 and Flashlight. But if you want to use the GPT models, they are not free. For that, you have to pay to the OpenRouter. And once that's done, you just go to the keys, and here let me create one key, let's say for the YouTube tutorial, and press create. Let me copy this key, go right here, let me create .env file. Let's just say open router underscore API underscore key equal to, and let's paste this key. Now let's use this. Let me show you about different models and the OpenRouter. So basically, using the OpenRouter API, we can access almost all the large language models. So if we select, let's select the GPT, and let's go to the Gpt-4o. So here we can use the 128K context window. Now if you want to use this, we can go to the API and let's select TypeScript. We can use it like this, or there is an AI SDK as well. Let me open this. Here, go to the Vercel AI SDK, and we can use this OpenRouter AI SDK provider to access the models from the OpenRouter. So let's install this. Now here, along with this, let's install the Vercel AI SDK as well. So if you go to its website, let's go to the Next.js app router, and here let's copy all this. AI SDK React and AI SDK OpenAI. Actually, we don't need the SDK of OpenAI because we are using OpenRouter. So just copy this and paste it right here. Press enter. So here is how we'll use it. We'll pass the API key right here, and then we'll use this OpenRouter and just pass the model name. So if you are new to Vercel AI SDK, don't worry, I'll explain all the different functions. And it's done. Now to generate the questions based on the user's input, let's create one API router. So in the app, create one folder that says API, and here let's add one folder that says generate question. So this will be our API endpoint, and inside that folder create route.ts file. All right, so here we'll create one post request. So just say export async function post, which will have one request object, which will have the request types, and here let's just get the topic from the await request.json. Let's log this topic. Now let's just return one next response.json success to true and set status to let's say 200. Let's save this and use this API endpoint. Now here in the on submit, we are getting the value, the topic value as an input. So let me use try and catch block. In the try, let's use const response equal to await fetch. We'll use our API endpoint, which is at /API/generate questions, and after this we'll pass the options. Here the method of this request is post. We'll pass the body. Let's use json.stringify, and here in the object we'll pass the topic, and let's extract the input from the values. All right, let's just log the response. Log response. Actually, let's extract the response. So for that we'll use await response.json, and let's log this data right here. And after the try, we'll use catch, and let's log the error. Let's make this an async function. Let's save this and test this out. Let me just say how to run Deepseek R1 locally. Click submit. So here we got the log from the API handler. So we got the topic, and here we got one object that says success to true. So our API handler is configured. Now let's add the logic to generate the different questions based on the topic. For that we'll use the Vercel AI SDK. So the basic function to generate a text from LLM is, let me show you, it is the generating text. So using this function, you can use any LLM, provide prompt and get the text back. So let's use this, copy this, go to the API route, and here we'll use the try and catch. Let's create one function that will provide us the questions. So let's name it as clarify research goals. Async. It will get the topic in a string type, and let's just use try and catch here. In the try, copy and paste this function. Make sure to import this generate text from the AI. Let's copy this import, and here instead of your model we'll use the OpenRouter. So from the documentation, let's import the create OpenRouter from this library. Then let's copy this and paste it outside of the function. Now in the API key, we'll pass process.env. Let's copy this and paste it right here, or null. So instead of model, we'll use OpenRouter, and here we'll pass the model name. So for now, let me go to the, let's use this Gpt-4o. Just copy this using this button and paste the model name here. So in the prompt, let me just create one variable. So let's just say prompt, and here let's create one prompt to generate the question. So let's just write given the research topic. Let's provide the topic. Generate 2 to 4 clarifying questions to help narrow down the research scope. Focus on identifying. Let's identify the specific aspects of interest, required depth and complexity level, and any particular perspective or excluded sources. All right. Now it is always better to use the variables whenever you pass anything to the LLM so that it can identify it easily. All right. Well, let's use this prompt and pass it right here. All right. Let's return this text in the catch. Let's get the error, and here we'll log the error while generating questions. All right, let's copy this function and use it right here. Let's just say questions. Oh wait, because this function is an async function, here we'll pass the topic. Let's just log what we are getting as questions. The catch, let's get the error. Let's move this right here and here as well. First, let's log the error. Let me copy this and paste it right here. Here we'll set the success to false, and error that says failed to generate questions. Status to 500. All right, let's save this. So we'll pass the topic right here, then to this clarify research goals function. This function will use the Gpt-4o to generate the relevant question based on the given topic and our prompt. And let's see what we are getting in the text. Let me click on submit. All right, success is true. So if we check the logs, and here is the topic, here are the questions. So basically it has generated these 4 questions. Now if we directly use this text, then we have to parse this question and then create an array and send it to the front end. But instead there is one function that we can use from the Vercel AI SDK, that is generate structured data. For that we can use the generate object function. Here we just have to pass the schema of the output that we want. So let's use it. Let's copy this, and here instead of generate text we'll use the generate object, and let's pass the schema. So schema is nothing but what we did for this form. We have used Zod to create one schema. Similarly we'll also use the Zod here as well. Make sure you import it. So just say Zod dot object. We'll need one object, and in this object we'll have an array of questions. So z dot array, and each question will have the type of string. That's it. And here it will not return the text, but instead it will return the object. Let's pass this object, and we'll extract the questions from this object. Let's save this. Again, let me run this. All right, we got an error. No endpoints found that support tool use. Okay, so for this error, not all the LLM models are capable of generating the structured output. So for that, if we let me go to the models and filter that out. So just select tools and the structured outputs. So these are all the models that can support generating the objects. So let me use the llama model. So just here select llama 3 and let's use this llama 3.3 scientific instruct. Copy this and instead of OpenAI, paste right here. Let's save this and click generate again. And we got success to true if we check the logs. All right, so here it has generated the output in an array format. So in array we got 1, 2, 3 and 4 questions. So let's pass this question to the front end. Instead of this JSON, let's directly pass this questions. All right, let me run this again. And we got all the 4 questions. Now let's render these questions right here. Now if we want to render the questions, we have to store this response somewhere. We can either use the context API to store it as a state, because we'll need that question answers later to do the deep research. So let's use the Zustand to manage the state. Let me just open the Zustand documentation. Let's install it first. And then let's go to the src and let's create one folder that says store. So basically store will store the all the global states. Let's create one store for the deep research.ts. Now in the Zustand, if you are new to this, first we will create the store using the create function. Now this store will contain the state and methods to change these states. It is quite simple once you get a hang of it. So let's use this. First import create from Zustand, and then let's use export const use deep research store, and we'll use the create. Now here we have used use keyword because we'll use at a custom hooks. So in the create, it will give us the set function to set the states that we have defined in this store. So let's extract the set, use the arrow function, and here let's define the state. So first we'll need the topic, then we'll have an array to store the questions. Let's return this object so we can use the parenthesis. All right, so we'll just need these 2 states for now. Then we'll need one method to set the topic. So just say set topic. This method will have a topic as an argument, and then it will use the set function to set the given topic. Similarly, we'll use this as a set questions, and instead of topic we'll have questions, and it will be a array of strings questions. That's it. So we have created one store using the stand, and this store will have a set of states and a method to change these states. Now here we have used the stand because it is very simple to manage the global state, because if we use the context API, we have to create a lot of boilerplate code like context, providers and all. So instead of that, it is better to use this. Let's go to the user input. Let's just use deep research store. Make sure you import it, and from here let's deconstruct the set questions and set topic method. So in the try, we'll set the topic as values dot input, and then we'll use set questions and pass the data. And we are getting the TypeScript error, so let's define the type in the store. Here let's define two types, one for state and one for actions. So just say interface deep research state. We have a topic in a string format and questions in an array of string. Let's pass this in the create. Along with this, we'll create one more for the deep research actions types. And here change this to set topic and set questions. Let's just copy this right here, return to void. Here let's combine this. Alright, now the array is gone. So basically we will store the topic and using set topic and question using set questions. We are storing this way so that we can easily access questions in the different component. Now to render the questions, let's create one component that says let's name it as a Q&A.tsx. Now here first let me extract the questions. Extract questions from use deep research store. Since we have used the hook, so we have to convert this to a use client component. So here if questions dot length is 0, then return null, else we'll return one div, and in here we'll create one question form. Let's add class, set flex, gap to 4, width to full, flex direction to column, items to center, and margin bottom to 16. So let's create this question form. In the components, create question form dot tsx. Let's import it. Now let me just comment this out. Let's use this Q&A component in the page after the user input. And here it is. So why I have created this question form as a separate component? Because once the question and answers are submitted, we'll show the question answer in a different format, and for that we'll use another component. And here we'll also create multiple components such as a research timer, research report, and research activities, etc. right here. So let's complete this question form. Now here we are going to use the form component from the shared CN. So let's just copy it. Go to the shared CN, copy this, let's copy both of these imports to resolve the sort schema and this form, and on submit function let's import all this and the form component. All right, now here let's change this username to answer and set minimum 1. Otherwise let's show an error saying answer is required. Let's save this, and here change this to answer, change this as well. Instead of input we'll use text area, and the placeholder just say type your answer here. Let's add the class name, set padding left and right to 4, padding top and bottom to 2, text space, resize none, and placeholder text should be text-sm, and set border black with 20 opacity. Let's check this out. All right, let's just add a few fake questions. So go to the store, and instead of empty array, let's just say question 1, and create few more, 2, 3, and 4. Let's save this, and in the question form, now here we'll use one card component. So if you go to the shared CN, open the card component, let me just copy this and paste the imports and copy this. So in the return we'll add this whole form component in a card content after this paragraph. We don't need the card footer, so remove that. Now in the card, let's set width to full and maximum width up to 80 viewport width. Instead of 80, let's set 50 for the larger screens. Let's save this. Now it looks much better. Now for the card header, let's add class padding left and right to 4, and up to SM breakpoint set padding left and right to 6. Let's do the same for the width as well. For the smaller screen, set maximum width to 90 viewport width. Up to SM, set max width to 80, and up to XL, let's keep the max width to 50 VW. Let's keep shadow to none, and in the card title, let's set questions. Let's just say one of questions dot length, and let's extract the questions from use Deepseek, use deep research store. Let's use this questions right here. Let's save this. All right, Let's remove the card description. We don't need that. For the card title, let's set class name, set text dash base, text color to text primary, and with 50 opacity. All right, looks great. Now for the card content, set space y to 6, width to full, padding left and right to 4, and for the SM, set padding left and right to 6. All right, let's remove the label because we don't need that. Just keep the text area. All right, looks much better. Let's remove the form description too. Let's add next and previous buttons. Now for that, since we have 2 to 4 questions, we are rendering one question at a time. So let's do the state management using this just and store. So we'll add a few more state here. Let's add answers, which will be also an array, and current question, which will be a number, index of that particular question. And then let's set one is completed state, which will have the boolean. All right, and then here let's add set answers. Let me just copy this, paste it for 1, 2, and 3 times. Here we'll use set answers, and instead of questions, just say answers. Here change this to set current question, and here let's set index, which will be a number, not a string. And here let's set is completed. Here let's use is completed state, and it will be a boolean. All right, now here we have to initialize the state. So instead of initializing all the state right here, let's just create initial state, and here we'll use the deep research state type equal to, let me just copy all this right here, and we'll use spread operator. After the questions, let's add an empty array for the answers and is completed to false. Also, let's copy all these 3 methods and paste them right here, and instead of void, we'll use this. Instead of index, let's just use current question. All right, let's set current question with index 0. Now let's use this state and this methods. So in the question form, along with questions, let's extract current question answers array, set current question method, set answers method, set is completed, and let's set one more state for the loading. Let's just add is loading, set is loading. And here let's extract is loading. Now here initially we have empty string for the answers, but it should be answers of current question or an empty string, because when we click on previous there should be an answer to that particular question already there. So on submit, let's just add an array that says new answers equal to, which will be a copy of the answer state, and here we'll use it to add the next answers. So just say new answers, and here we'll use the current question index equal to values dot answer. That's it. And then we will set the answers array, answer state with this new answers array. All right, now let's add the next and the previous buttons. So here let's create one div with the class flex, and inside this div let me just copy this button, paste it right here for 2 times. Now in the first button let me just write previous and change this type submit to button, set variant outline, and here on click on the previous button we'll change the index. So if current question is greater than 0, then set current question minus 1. So if the current question, let's say, is the second question, then whenever someone clicks on previous it should go to the first question. So that's why we are decreasing the question index. So when we click on a previous button, it should also show the previous question along with that particular answer. So that's why we have to set the form as well. So just say form dot set values here, answer input, and let's set the answers current question minus 1. Let's change this to set value. Let me save this and let's check it out. But before that we also have to add the next button. So here let's just say if current question is equal to last question, that means the questions dot length minus 1, then we'll just say start research, else we'll just say next. And let's keep it disabled when the is loading state is true. All right, let's save this. Let me just change this, and also let's render the question as well. So here in the car, instead of card content, let's use questions with the current question index in the class name. Let's just say text size to text dash base. All right, so this is question 1. Let's just write answer 1, click on next. Now it should go to the next question, so we have to update in the on submit function. So here if current question, that means the current index of that particular question, is less than questions dot length minus 1, then change the question index. So set current question to current question plus 1. That means the next question. And also reset the form so that user can fill the input. Now let's test this out. Let me just say answer 1, click on next. Now this is question 2, answer 2, answer 3, A4, and now it says start research. All right, let's just style these buttons a bit. So let's find the div right here. Let's just say justify center items center. Here set this to between, not the center. All right, looks much better. Let's add the progress and the bottom. For that, after this form, let's add one div. Let's add one more div here. Now in the first div, we can say height to 1, width to full, VG gray 200, and keep rounded. For this div, let's just self close this and add the class. Set height 1, VG primary, rounded, transition all, duration 300. And let's use the style, use double presses, set width, use backticks, and here we'll pass the, let's say, if current question plus 1, and let's divide it by questions dot length. Let's make it a percentage. So let's add this in a parenthesis and multiply it by 100. Here let's add the percentage. So basically this will show the progress based on the position of the current question. Let me save this. All right, so now we are on the third question. If I click next, here we are on the fourth question. 3, 2, 1. All right, it looks much better. So let me explain what we did so far. First, we have defined few states to store the answer, to store the current questions index. Now this is completed, is to store whether the question form is completed or not, and this is the loading state. And we have defined few methods to set these states. Now here, if you check the onSubmit function, first we are saving the current answer in the answers array for the current question, and then we have one condition. So if this is not the last question, then it should go to the next question. So that's why we are increasing the question index, and then we are resetting that particular form for the next question. Now here let's also add as set is completed to true. That means the question form is completed. And here instead of 1, let me just use current question plus 1. All right, so this is the logic to go to the next question and to store the answer of the current question. And then if you go right here, if the question is not the first question, then we can go back to the previous question by decreasing the current question index. And also we are setting the answer value for that particular question, since we have already answered that question. So that's it. Now let me just remove the initial state. So from the store, let's just set this to an empty array. And then let me go to the user input, and here we are setting the questions. So let's test this out. Let's add one condition for this question form. If questions dot length is equal to 0, then just return. Alright, it's gone. Now let's just write this how to run Deepseek R1 locally query and click submit. Alright, it has generated all the 4 questions. 2, 3 and 4. Alright, let's just show the loading state right here on the submit button. So let's go to the user input. Let's just get the is loading and set is loading. Let's copy this and on submit say true, and here and the finally block we'll change this to false. Let's use this is loading right here. So instead of submit, let's just say if is loading, then let's render one loader to icon from Lucid React. Set the class name, margin right to 2, h4 width 4, and animate spin, and just say generating, else just say submit, and we'll disable the submit button when is loading state is true. Let's test this out. Click submit and now it's generating. Alright, okay, great. Now let's create the endpoint to do the deep research. Now before that, let me show you what we are using. So in the AI SDK, we are using the use chat hook. So if you go to the AI SDK UI, click on use chat. So as mentioned here, it allows you to easily create a conversational user interface for your chatbot application. It enables the streaming of chat messages from your AI provider, manages the state for chat input, and updates the UI automatically. Now, if you want to show the all the states such as activities of our agent, then it is better to use this use chat. Let me just show you how we can use it. So in the Q&A, let's just get let me copy this and make sure to import it from AI SDK/React. So it will give us the the conversation messages. You can also attach this with the input as well, but we don't need that. We only need append method to append the next message, and here we have to set the API endpoint. So we'll set the API at API/deep research. So using this append, we will add the message, and in the message we will add the topic and the question answers. So let's do that. Let's say use effect. Here let's add is completed state, and let's import the state from the use deep research store. Just copy this, paste it right here. We'll also need the topic, answers, then set is loading. All right, so in the dependency along with the is completed, let's also add the questions, answers, and topic, and set the append as well. So in the use effect, first let's check if is completed, that means the question form is completed, and questions.length is greater than 0. Only then let's combine question and answers. So let's create one variable, just say clarifications equal to questions.map. Let's grab the question and index. Here let's send one object which will have the question, and let's grab the answer for that particular question using the index. For that you can use answers and here pass the index. So this is how we'll store the question answers in an array of object, and then we'll use the append method. If you want to learn more about this, you can check the documentation. Go right here, and here are all the parameters and values that the useChat returns. Now in this method there is one property called role. So here we are sending message as the user, and then let's add the content. We'll use json.stringify, and here let's add topic and clarifications. That's it. So when this use effect will run, so whenever we fill the last question, then it will set this is completed state to true, and whenever any changes happen to the is completed state, it will run this use effect hook. Now before we test this, we have to create this endpoint. So let's go to the API, and here let's create deep research folder. Make sure it is in the API folder, and let's add route.ts file, and let's add export async function post. We'll get the request, and here let's use the try catch block. In the try, first let's get the data from await request.json, and let's just log this data. Here let's just return one new response. Now here it is better to use the response instead of next response, because we are sending this response to the use chat hook. Here let's use json.stringify, and let's just say success to true, and along with this let's set status to 200. It should be outside of this. All right, let's also copy this and paste it right here, success to false, and send the error message. Let's say if error is an instance of error, then we'll send the error.message, and let's just say invalid message format. So that's it. Let's save this and check whether we are getting the right question answers or not. Let me just say anything randomly. So after I click on start research, it should show the log right here. Okay, so we are getting ID and messages, and in the messages we are getting the content. So we have stringified object that contains the topic and an array of question answers object. Let's parse this. So from the data, let's get the messages. Now let me remove this, and here let me add one variable. Let's It's called last message content, and let's grab the messages and the last message. So messages dot length -1 dot content, because we need this content from the messages. All right, now let's use one variable called parse, and here we'll use JSON dot parse, and let's pass this last message content. Let's just log this first. Let me click on start research again. All right, so now we are getting the whole object. We are getting the topic and clarifications. So let's store the topic, parsed dot topic, and const clarifications equal to parse dot clarifications. All right, now we will implement all these steps mentioned in this diagram. We got the inputs, we got the topic and the clarifications. Now before we implement this generate research plan, before that, if any one of you are not able to add any credits to the OpenRouter account, you should use the free models available right here, but make sure that they support the tools and the structured outputs. If you don't want to use the OpenRouter, you can also, there is one more option. You can also use this grok.com. Go to the grok.com, create an account and create the API key. Then make sure to check the models from the Grok documentation. And in the Vercel AI SDK, similar to what it has for the OpenRouter, right here, it has also have the same functionality for the Grok provider. So make sure you use that, install the Grok, and follow all the steps to use the Grok and its models. For this tutorial, we are going to use this OpenRouter. Now, before we implement this diagram into the Next.js route, we should not add everything in just one route file, because it will decrease the code readability. So instead, we can plan these things in different files, such as we can store all the constants such as model names in the constants.ts file, and we can create a default model caller function, so we don't have to create the same function again in the model-caller.ts file. We'll add our main function in the main.ts and prompts in the prompts.ts file, and we'll store all of functions such as research, extract, etc. in the research functions.ts file. And in the services, we'll store the initialization for Exa Search and OpenRouter, so we don't have to repeat that for different files. And we'll store the types in the types.ts file and utility function in the utils.ts file. So let's create all these files step by step. Now first, let me show you how we are going to send the response. We are not going to send the response like this, because if you see in the Q&A component, we have used the use chat, and use chat does not accept response like this. So instead, we will stream the response back to the front end. So for that, we are going to use one function called as create data stream response from the Vercel AI SDK. So this function creates a response object that streams data back to the client. So let me just copy this, and instead of this, let's return create data stream response function. Let me remove all this. We just need this execute function, and let's make it an arrow function. All right, let me remove all this. Okay, so make sure to import it from the AI. Now here, this execute function provides us the data stream, and using that data stream, we can send the data from the backend to the front end. Like here, you can see they are sending the value as a hello to directly to the front end. Let's see if this is working or not. And to catch this value on the front end side, from the Q&A component, we can get it from the data. And here we have logged that data. So let me just complete this step. Let's add any answers. So now when I click on this start research, it will send all the question answers with the topic to our deep research API endpoint. And then it should stream the data back. All right, we got the data and hello as the value. So this is how we will send the different status of our agent, such as activities and the sources, back to the front end. Now if we open the diagram, here we are storing a lot of things. So let's create one research state that goes into different functions and update that state accordingly. So let me open the route.ts file. Let me just comment this out for now, and let's create the research state. This will be an object. It will contain completed steps. Initially it should be a 0. So we'll increase this completed steps whenever we go to the next step, such as a search, extract, analysis, etc. After this, let's add the token used for each LLM calls, and then we'll store the findings in an array. After that, we'll add the already processed URLs in here, so that it does not extract the content from the same URL. So it prevents the duplication of particular URL, because we are searching for multiple queries, and maybe there are 1 or 2 queries that provide the same result. So we don't want to extract that again. For that, we'll use the new set. And then clarifications text. So we'll store this text as a clarification that has the question answers as a string. So just say json.stringify and pass the clarifications. All right, let's also define the type for this research state. So just say research state, and for this type we'll create one file called types.ts, and here let's just export interface. Let me just copy all this, paste it right here, and let's add the type number. Now this finding will have the summary and the source. So for that, let's create that as well. So export interface research findings, and let's add summary as a string and the source as a string as well. And we'll use this research finding right here as an array. And here let's just say set of string, and the clarification text will be the type of string. Let's save this. Make sure to import it right here. Let me add one more thing, which is the topic, and it will be from the topic variable right here. Let's add the type for that as a string. So topic will be string. Now we'll pass this whole state into the our main function. So let's create it. So just say main.ts, and here we'll create one function called async function deep research. So this will be our main function, and it will accept the research state. Make sure to add its type from the types.ts file, and data stream, because we want to send all the events to the front end. So we'll use the data stream for that. And let's just say any for its type. First, we need the initial queries. So just say const initial queries equal to, we have to create one function that calls the LLM, provides the topic and the clarification, and based on that it should provide us the search queries. So for that we'll create one function that is called as generate search queries, and this function will have the research state. That's it. So let's create this function in a separate file called research-functions.ts. just export async function called generate search queries, and here it will have research state. So first let's use the generate object function. Let's just copy it from this generate questions. Let's copy this and paste it right here. Make sure to import it. Now here we are going to use this OpenRouter for different functions. So instead of initializing it for multiple files, let's just create one file called services.ts, and let's just copy all this and paste it in the services. Make sure to export it. Alright, let's use this OpenRouter from services. Now here we'll pass the prompt along with the system prompt as well, and the schema. So we also have to import the Zod. Now we are going to use this same function, this generate object function, again and again for multiple functions. So instead of writing all this, let's just create one common function that we can use to call the LLM models. For that, let's create one file called model caller.ts. Let's just export async function call model. Now this will accept an object of model, prompt, system prompt, schema, and that's it. For this we have to create the type. So name it as a model call options, and let's define it in the types.ts file. So just say export interface model call options, and here let's say model string, then prompt will be string as well, and system prompt will also have the type string. Schema, let's use the Zod, so import Z from Zod dot Zod type. Let's just add T. Now here, if you don't know, the T is a generic type parameter. It is like a convention used to represent a type that will be specified later on the runtime. So when the function or class or interface is used, then it gets its types. Make sure to provide it right here as well. Let's copy this and make sure to import it from the types. And here we have to add the T as well. Now along with this, we will also pass the research state. So make sure to import its types as well. Now this call model function will return us a promise because it's an async function, and this promise will have either type T or string. Now let's just copy this right here and make sure to import the OpenRouter from services, and instead of this we'll pass the model. We'll pass the prompt and the system prompt and the schema as well. Alright, now here from this generate object function we'll get the object, and we can also get the usage details. Now this usage detail will contain the total token used. So let's add this and the research state. So just say research state dot token used equal to plus or equal to, because we will keep incrementing the token used, usage dot total tokens. You can also read more about this usage from the documentation. So if I go right here in the return, here it is, usage. So it provides us three values: prompt tokens, so total number of tokens in the prompt, completion tokens, and the total tokens. So here we are using the total tokens. And let's increment the completed step as well. So research state dot completed steps plus plus, that's it, and we'll return the object. Make sure to import this function. Alright, now let's use this function right here to generate the search queries. Let's just say const results result equal to await call model, and here let's pass the model. Now for this we'll use the OpenAI slash Gpt-4o. You can get all the model names from here. You just have to copy this. After the model, let's pass the prompt, system prompt, and the schema. First let me write the schema. So make sure to import the z from zod dot object. So in the output I want an array of strings that contains the search queries. So we'll have one object from the output, and in this object we'll have search queries. So for that we want the search queries in an array of z.string. Let's describe this type. So just say describe, just add description of what you want. So we want search queries that can be used to find the most relevant content, which can be used to write the comprehensive report on the given topic. We want maximum, let's say 3 queries. So we'll get an array of 3 to 4 queries stored in the search queries in an output object. So for the prompt and system prompt, let me create one file called prompts.ts. Let me paste all the prompts right here. All right. So first, let me check the planning system prompt. So we will use this and this. So this is the system prompt. So you can pause this video and read this system prompt to understand why we are using this to get the search queries. Basically, we are telling the LLM to get us the right search queries based on the given topic and the clarification. And in the prompt, we are providing that topic and the clarification text. So let's use both of these prompts. So first, let's import the system prompt. Make sure you import it from the prompts. And for this prompt, we are passing two things, topic and the clarification text. So let's use this. Just add the get planning prompt, and in this function, let's pass the topic. So for that, we'll use research state dot topic, research state dot clarification text. So that's it. And let's return the result. Make sure you import the call model. Let me remove this. Actually, we have to pass one more thing, which is the research state. All right. So to summarize what we did so far, first, let me go to the route. Here we have defined the research state, and to use this research state, we are creating one main function. And this main function, first it will generate the initial search queries, and for that we have created the generate search queries function in this research function file. And since we are going to use the generate object function multiple times, so that's why we have created this common model caller call model function in the model caller file. That's it. So let's see what type of queries we are getting. So here, let's import it, and let me just log this initial queries. Let's return this queries. Let's call this function in the route file. Just say await deep research. Make sure to import it from main, pass the research state and the data stream. Let's make it an async function. Let's save this. Let me reload it. Now let's give correct answers. For the complexity, I want advanced technical details. And perspective, let's just say academic research. And exclude non-technical sources. Let's click on start research, and here it is. So we got the three search queries: Deepseek R1 local installation guide 2025, how to set up Deepseek R1 on local machine, and running Deepseek R1 locally step-by-step tutorial. So we'll use all these three queries and use the Exa Search API to search for all these queries. So let me show you how the Exa API works. So make sure you are in you have created account in the exa.ai website, and go to this search. First, let me copy this query and paste it right here, and let's check for all the options. So there are two types of searches that you can do using the Exa search: neural and the keyword. But for our use case, it is better to use the keyword search because we want to get the top 3 to 4 results for each queries. And here you can also add categories, but we won't do that. And maximum, let's say I want top 3 results. And here the publish date range, we want content that is published in last let's say 6 months. Same for the crawl. Let's just select 6 months. And we want to exclude YouTube because it is not getting any content from the YouTube. It is just providing us the likes, views, comments, and the description only. So just say youtube.com. And crawling, we don't want to do the live crawl. It will cost a little bit more. Make sure you have selected this. We want full page text, and for maximum characters per result, we want to extract all the content from the web page. So that's why we'll set up the large number of characters. So let's just say 20,000, and here it is. That's it. If you want AI page summary, you can also enable this, but it will be a little slow. And but we don't need this summaries because we are creating this from scratch. So we'll extract all the information using another LLM call. Let's just run this. All right, so we got 1, 2, and 3 results from the web search, and we are getting all the content in this text property. So if you see this, we are getting a lot of content extracted from each page. So that is the benefit of using Exa Search. You don't have to crawl for all these pages and get the text. Instead, within the just a few seconds, you can get the content of multiple web pages. All right, so let's just use this code. Before that, let's install the Exa-JS library. So npm I Exa-JS, and also make sure to get the API key. So go to the API keys, and I have already created one. So let me create this again for the tutorial. Create a key, and let me copy this. Let's use that API key. So let me open the env file, and here let's just say Exa Search API key, and paste the key. Let's use this. So let's go to the search functions, and here let me create the search function. Let's say export async function called search. This function will accept the query to search along with the research state. Let's import its type from the types.ts file, and it will return one promise. This promise will contain the array of search result. Let's define this type in the types.ts file. Export interface search results. It will have the title in a string, then URL which also a string, and the content in string type. Let's use this right here. Now let's add the try catch block first. Catch will have the error, and for now let's just log the error. Now in the try, let's go to the Exa Search playground. Let me select all the options that we have selected so far. All right, so let's copy all this code. First, let's copy both of these lines, and we'll add it in the services.ts file. And here, let's just say process.env.exa. Let me copy it from the env Exa Search API or an empty string. Let's export this. And let's use it in right here. So let me copy this result and paste it right here. Make sure to import the Exa. So we are using exa.search and contents, and here we'll pass the query. Now for the start publish date, instead of this date, let's just use the date function. So just say new date, date.now minus, we want content that is published in the last year. So that's why we'll minus the 365 into 24 into 60 minutes, 60 seconds, and 1000 to ISO string. So this will give us the 1 year from today. Let me copy this, and for the end publish date, we'll just use new date dot to ISO string. For the start scroll, let's just keep the 1 year from today. All right, so that's it. Now it should return us all these details that we have seen in the response. Let me run this again and see the response. So we are getting results in the data and results. In the results, we want to use this text, title, and the URL. So let's filter this out. Let's store the filtered result in a variable called filtered results equal to result dot results. Let's change this name to search result. Search result or results, and let's filter it. Let's filter any content that does not have the title or a text. So let's use the arrow function r dot title and then r dot text is not equal to undefined, only then return it. And let's map it. We don't want all these details, we only want text, URL, and the title. So in the map, let's pass the r as a content, and here we'll return one object. This object will contain the title, so just say r.title or an empty string. Let's copy this for 2 more times. We want r.url and content. So just say r.text. All right. After this, let's increment the completed step from the search state, research state dot completed steps plus plus. All right, and let's return this filtered results. Let's just save this, go to the main. So we are getting three initial queries right here. So let's store it in the const. Let's just say let current queries equal to initial queries dot search queries, because we are getting search queries in the object. So let's use it right here. Now here I have used let because we are going to change this current query variable later. Now here, let me add one loop. Now here we are using the while loop to get the search results for each of the queries. So first we'll check if it is defined or not. If it is defined and its length is greater than 0, then we'll keep running this loop. And in this loop, let's get the search results. So for that, let's add current queries dot map for each query. Let's get the search function and pass that query along with the research state. Now here, type of query will be string, and let's add the type as any for this initial queries. All right, let me just log this for now. Console.log search results. Now after this, to stop the loop, we have to add an empty array for the current queries, since we have used all the queries, and pass it to the search function. Let me save this and let's check this out. Let's click on start research. It should provide us 3 queries. Alright, we are getting the search results in a promise. So for that, let's just settle this promise. Let's just say const search results responses equal to, we'll use await promise dot all settled, and here we'll pass all this promises, and let's log this. Let me save it, click on again. Alright, so all the status is fulfilled and we are getting the result in the value. So let's extract that. Let's just say all search results. Now here I'm using this promise because I want to execute this search function parallelly for each queries. If we execute this function individually, then it will take a little bit more time. So that's why we are using this the promise here. And here let's extract the value. So search result responses dot filter. Let's get the result, and let's check the result dot status. It should be equal to fulfilled, and then result dot value dot length should be greater than 0. Then map result to result dot value, and let's make it to the array. So just say flat, and let's log this. Let me save this, click start research. Alright, so we are getting all the content from the web search. We got 3 search results. Not 3, actually we got 9, because we have passed 3 queries, and for each queries we are getting the 3 web searches. So we got title, URL and content. So let's use all of this, and let's extract the data, because we cannot pass this whole data into a single LLM call. Instead, we will summarize all the content. So our next step is to process the search results. Okay, for this we'll create one function right here. Just say export async function process search results. Now this function will have search results. Let's add its type as an array. Next, we'll pass the research state, same as we did for the generate search queries. That's it. So let's use it. Now here, first we need to extract the content, and we need to summarize each web results. And for that, let me create another function that we will use to extract the content. So let me write export async function called extract content. Now this function will accept the content as a string, URL as a string as well, and the research state. That's it. And here we will call the model. So just say const result equal to await call model, and here let's pass the model name. So for the extraction, since we are using this extract content function for multiple times, it is better to use cheaper LLM model. So that's why we'll use OpenAI /Gpt-4o-mini. All right, and for the prompt, let's get it from the prompts.ts file. So for the extraction, we will use this prompt, get extraction prompt, and in this prompt we are passing the content, topic, and the clarification text. So let me call this here. Let's pass content, research state dot topic, research state dot clarification text, and after that let's pass the system prompt. Let me provide you the system prompt. Now this system prompt will extract the main content that we need to fulfill this topic and this question answers. You can just pause the video and read this whole prompt. So in this prompt, first I have given it a role of a senior technical documentation writer, and I have clearly stated that you need to extract the relevant content that is relevant to this particular topic and the given question answers. So based on that, it will extract the content and provide us the summary. So let's use this prompt right here. So after the system, let's add the schema z.object. In the object, let's extract the summary. So just say z.string and describe it. Let's say a comprehensive summary of the content. That's it. Now along with these details, we also have to provide the research state to the call model function, and that's it. So from the result we will get this summary. Here we'll return an object. This object will contain the URL and the summary. So just say result dot summary. That's it. And let me resolve this error. So result as any type. For now, let me just disable this warning. Now let's use this extract content function. Now here we are getting an array of search results. So for each item, we will call this extract content function. So what we did for this search, let's do the same. Let me just go to the main and let's copy all this and paste it right here. And let's change the name. Just say extraction promises. So here instead of current queries, we'll provide the search results. And for each search result, let's use the extract content, and instead of query, let's just say result. And in the extract content, we'll provide the result dot content, result dot URL, and that's it. All right. So we'll get promises. Let's resolve it. Let's change this and just say extraction results and pass this promises right here. And let's store all these extracted result in a constant called new findings. All right. So from here, we'll extract the required content. First, we'll filter if result.status is fulfilled, and result.value. Instead of checking the length, let's just say result.value is not equal to null, and result.value is not equal to undefined. All right, and here let me remove this flat and let's use one object. And first let's extract the summary and URL from the result.value, and let's return it. Summary as a summary and URL as the source. So that's it. Now this processes search results function will return a promise with a research findings array. Let's import this research findings from the types, and let's return this new findings. All right, now here we got one type error. To resolve this, you have to define the type for this extraction result. So let's just write the type here. Let's say extraction result. Now it will contain one URL with the string and summary in string type. Now let's use this right here. So first add the parenthesis and just say result is promise fulfilled result, and here let's add this type. Alright, now this error is gone. Now this function will take that search result and research state, pass it to the extract content function, which will extract the relevant content and store it as a summary. And then we are getting the content from this promises, and we are extracting the summary and URL as the source, and we are sending it as a new finding. So let's use this function right here. Let me remove this and just say new findings equal to await process search results. Here let's just send this all search results and the research state. Make sure to import it. Let's log this new findings. Now up to this point, if you feel anything is hard or complex, then you can always log each and every step to see what is happening. Let me save this, and also let me go to the search, and instead of 3, let's just say 1 to just make the process more faster. Later we'll increase this. Now let's test this out. Click on start research. All right, now we have to wait for a few seconds because it will take time to search and extract the content from each search results. And here we got the summary. We should be able to get the 3 web search results. So for each query we are getting the summary in a properly markdown format. We got the summary and the source URL. This is the second summary and this is the third summary. Alright, so extraction layer is completed. Now let's see the diagram. So initial search query is done. In the loop we have extracted the relevant content. Now here we have yet to store it in the research finding. So let's go right in the deep research function, and let's use the research state dot findings equal to, first we'll get the old findings from the research state dot findings, and then we'll add this new findings. All right, so let's save it and check the diagram. Now here in the extract content layer we have this filter relevance, but I have not implemented this right here in this layer because I don't want to use the lower or cheaper LLM model to decide whether this extracted content is relevant to the topic and the clarification text or not. Instead we will store everything in the research findings, and then we'll use a higher LLM model to analyze the whole content. If you want to implement this relevance in the extraction layer, you can do this by just adding one schema. So if you go to the research function and go to the extract content, here with the summary you can also add the relevant and just say boolean, and here you can describe it as true if the summary is relevant to the provided content, to the provided topic, as false. So that's it, and if it is true then return this. So let's say result dot relevant is true, then return the summary as return an empty string. So you can do something like this to extract it, but in practice I don't find this approach very promising, so that's why I'm not using this relevant right here. Instead we will filter out the content in the analyze layer. All right, so now let's implement this analyze content function. Let's go right here after the extract content and process search results. Let's create the analyze finding function. Just write export async function and write analyze findings. Now this function will accept research state and current queries, which will be an array of string. Let's also pass current iteration, which will be a number, and that's it. Now in this function, first let me implement try and catch block. Let's just log the error for now. Now in the try block, first we'll extract the content from the findings. So just say const content text equal to findings. Now these findings will contain the content and the source. So if you open the types, and here it is, research findings, summary, and the source. So let's convert it into a string. For that we'll create a combine findings function in the utils. So let's create that. Just say utils.ts, and here export const combine findings equal to, this will accept the findings, research findings from types, an array, and it will return a string. Now here we'll return findings dot map finding. Here we'll store summary and sources in a single line. So let's just add finding dot summary, and let's use the n to separate the source and the findings. Finding dot source, and again let's use dot join with /n/n triple dash /n/n. So this way we are separating the summary and the source, but combining in a single string. Now here this join will separate each of the findings from this findings array. Now let's use this function right here and pass the research state dot findings. Alright, so we got the content text. Now let's write const result equal to await. Let's call the model. Let's pass the model. Now here we'll use the better LLM. Now instead of adding models right here, let's just add them in a constant file. So just create one file in the deep research, say constants.ts, and let me copy all this right here. So here are all the models that we are going to use, and here are all the other constants such as max iteration, maximum search results, max content characters, max retry attempts, and retry delay. Now we will use this last two later. For now, let me just change this to 3, this to 2, and let's use this. Now we will use this analysis. So here first let's import the models from constants dot analysis model. Let's do this for all the other functions. So we don't need to add in the search, but in the extract we are using Gpt-4o mini. So let's use models dot extraction, and for the generate search query we'll use models dot planning. Now also in here, instead of this, let's grab maximum search results from the constant, and here let's set max content characters. Now let's complete our analyze finding function. So after the model, let's get the prompt from the prompts.ts file, and here is the analysis prompt. So this is the system prompt. First, I have given it a role. As mentioned here, it says you are an expert research analyst. Your task is to analyze the provided content and determine if it contains enough substantive information to create a comprehensive report on the given topic. So I have put a condition here. Content is sufficient when it covers the core aspects of the topic, provides factual information from credible sources, includes enough detail to support the comprehensive report, and address the key points mentioned in the topic clarification. So basically, in the prompt, we are passing everything: the topic, the total content, total findings that we got, and clarification text, the question answer, and current queries as well as a previous query, so that it don't generate new queries similar to the current queries. Now here we are providing the current research state, where we are giving the current iteration of maximum iterations, and we have collected this finding length, distinct findings so far, and here are the previous attempts at information gathering have yielded this content length, characters of content. So why we are providing this current research state? So that LLM can understand that we are currently reaching the maximum iterations, or we have already gathered so much data, so we don't need more data. So that's why it gives us the sufficient signal. Otherwise, it will just keep asking you for more details. And this is how it should reply with sufficient gaps and new queries if required. So you can just pause the video and read this whole prompt. And let me use this. So in the system, let's import this file here. Let's import get analysis prompt. And here we'll need the content text, topic, clarification text, current queries, current iterations, maximum iteration, and findings length. So let's add all those things. Let me import it first. First, we'll add the content text, then the research state dot topic. Then we'll need research state dot clarification text, the question answers, current queries, which we'll get from here. After that, the current iteration in the loop, and maximum iterations from the constants, which can be 3 or 5, and findings dot length. So you can get it by just using content text dot length. That's it. And after the system, let's add the schema, z.object. Now in this object, we'll need 3 things: sufficient, which will be a z.boolean, whether the provided findings are sufficient or not. Let's describe it. Let's just say whether the collected content is sufficient for a useful report. Then let's find the gaps in the findings, if any, which will be an array of string. Let's describe it. Let's just say identified gaps in the content, and then there will be a new queries, z.array of string, and let's describe it. Let's just say search queries for missing information, maximum up to 3 queries. Alright, now that's it. Now along with this object, we'll also provide the research state to the call model, and then let's return this result. Alright, so our analyze findings function is done. Let me save this, and let's use this function. in the main file. So after we process the search results, let's add these findings in the analyze function. Let's just say const analysis equal to await analyze findings. Make sure to import it. In this function, let's pass the research state, current queries, and the iteration. Let's define this here. Let's let iteration equal to 0, and in the loop let's add one more condition, and iteration is less than maximum iterations from the constant. So this loop will keep running until this iteration is less than the maximum iterations. So along with that, let's also increase the iteration whenever we are in the loop. Iteration plus plus. All right, so that's it. Now in this analysis, we are getting three things: sufficient, gaps, and queries. So let's use it. Now here we will use one condition. If analysis dot sufficient is true, then let's break the loop. That means the content is sufficient. Else, let's store the queries in the current queries, so that our loop will keep going until there is a current queries right here. So analysis dot queries or an empty array. Now to be safe, let's filter it. Dot filter query. Now this query should not be in the current queries before, so that's why let's use the not operator. Current queries should not include this given query. Alright, now here let me just add the any type analysis as any. Later if you want, you can create different types instead of using this. Let's do the same for here as well. So this loop will keep on running until there is no queries left in the current queries array, or iteration reaches the maximum iterations. Here also, let's just add one type. Just say result is promise fulfilled results, and let's any type for now. So our loop is complete. So this loop will keep on running until it finds the enough content to generate the report. Now here let's just log and see what the analyze function is returning. Let me just log this and let's try this out. Let me log few more things. Let's just say, let's use backticks, and let's say we got all search results dot length search results. Here let's just say our results are processed. Let me add one more here. We are running on the iteration number iteration -1, and then once we are outside of this loop, let me just log the findings. Research state dot findings. Sol.log. We are outside of the loop with total iterations. So let's also get the iteration number. Let me save this. In the constant, we have maximum search result up to 1 per query, and let's set maximum iteration to 3. Also here, let me just change this to just keep iteration, because we will start from 1. Right now it is 0. Let's save this and check this out. We have already filled up the question answers. Let's click start research. Right, so we are running on the iteration number 1. We got 3 search queries. Now it will extract the search results and create a summary of each search results. And results are processed, and we got one object that says no object generated, response did not match the schema. So here the content is sufficient and there is a few gaps, but the queries are null, and in the gaps it is just asking to add additional examples and stuff. But here queries are null because we have in the prompts, if you see here, we have set queries to null. Instead, let's just set an empty array so that it won't return null. And let's try it again. Click start research. Alright, we are running on the iteration number 1. We got 3 search results. Now it will take a little bit time to extract the result. Alright, results are processed. Now it should be running the analysis function, and here it is. So analysis says it is we don't have a sufficient content, so that's why it has given us 3 queries to run again. And these are the gaps that it found from the current findings. Right now we are running on the iteration number 2. Let me just fast forward the video. And again it says we still have few gaps in the current finding. So it has generated 3 more queries. And that's it. So we got our final findings. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 summaries total so far. And after the 3 iterations, we got this much findings. So let's use this finding to generate the report. For that, first we'll create one function that generates the report. Let's write export async function generate report, and here we'll add the research state. Here let's use try and catch block first. Now in the try, first let's combine the findings and generate one large string. So just say content text equal to combine findings, and let's pass the finding from research state dot findings. All right, now here we will use the reasoning model to generate the whole report. So that's why it is better to use the generate text function instead of generate object, because reasoning model may not support the tools and the structured output. So that's why we will use the generate text, this one. So let me just copy this and paste it right here. Now instead of pasting this function right here, let's add it in the call model function. So go to the model caller, and here we'll put one condition. If there is a schema, then use this one up to right here, else use the generate text function, because generate text function does not accept the schema. So from here we'll get the text and the usage, Let me just copy all this and paste it right here. Alright, let's copy this as well. And here we'll return the text. Let's save this. Let's just write const report equal to await call model, and here let's pass the model and models dot report. Now to generate the report, we are using this Google Gemini 2 Flash Thinking, and the best model I found so far to write the report is the Anthropic Claude 3.7 Thinking, but it is costly. So for the sake of this tutorial, we are going to use this one, but for production you can use this. Let's add the prompt. Let me see the prompt. So here it is. Where is the prompt? I have given it a role of a senior technical documentation writer with a deep expertise across many technical domains, and your goal is to create comprehensive authoritative report on the provided topic that combines the provided research findings and your own domain expertise and general knowledge. And this is the format of the report. Along with that, we are also asking for the sources section and the further reading section so that the user can do further more research. And we have also given it a current year, and we have strictly said that you must provide the report in Markdown format and enclose the report in report tags. So in the get report prompt, we are passing the content text, topic, and the clarification text. Let's use this. Make sure to import it from the prompts. Let's pass the content text and the research state dot topic, research state dot clarification text. After this, let's pass the system prompt. Let's copy this and paste it right here. After the system, here let's pass the research state. Now this will give us the error because we have not passed the schema, but schema is optional. So let's add it in the types. So let's open the types, and here let's make this an optional, and the error is gone. And now let's return the report, and let's use this generate report function in the main function. So after we get the findings, let's generate the report, await generate report function. Let's pass the research state. That's it. And let me log the report. Let's remove this and save this. Now let's test this out. Let me click on start research. Let me fast forward the video. And as you can see, it has generated the report enclosed with this report tags, and it has created a really great comprehensive report. And here it is. So it has provided the overview, getting started with Ollama, and installed models with all the system requirements. And it has also included the FAQ section, and here are the sources from which we have generated this report, and for the further reading it is also suggesting these resources. So we got the report. Now let's render all of this in the front end. Now to send anything from backend to the front end, we will use this data stream right here. So in the data stream, let's just send one message. Just say data stream dot write data, and here you can pass any data in an object. So first let's just add one type. activity, and after this let's send one content object. Now this content object will have the type, let's say search or planning, or we can also use the system since it is the first message, and the status, it can be pending, completed, or just started. We can also add warning and the error status as well, and the message. So research started, and after the message let's add the timestamp as well. Let's use date.now to get the current timestamp, and let's also add the completed steps, which we can get from the research state dot completed steps, and then token use. So if you want, we can also show this token use for each steps. Research state dot token used. Alright, so we are going to send all this information for different kind of functions, such as if we are using the search, then we will use search. In the type, in the status, we can have pending, complete, error, or warning, and in the message we can send different kind of message for each functions. So instead of writing this for each and every function, let's just create one common function for this that can send different messages. So we will only send this this three to the function, and it will just send those messages to the front end. So let's create a function for this. Let's name it as activity tracker and create a separate file for it. Let's just say activity-tracker.ts. Now in this file, let's just export const one function called create activity tracker. Now this tracker will accept the data stream, let's just say any for now, and a research state. Make sure to import its type. Now here let's return one object, and instead of directly using this right here, we will add one property in this object called add, and here let's pass the activity details and one arrow function and paste right here. So basically these three details are going to change. For them, we are going to pass this activity using spread operator. Let's define its type in the types.ts file. Let's just say export interface and write activity. Let's add the type. Now type will have a search, extract, analyze, generate, and planning. Then we have a status, so it will have a pending status, then complete, then warning, and error. After status we have message which will be in a string type. Let's use this in the activity tracker. Make sure to import it from the types. Let's make this an arrow function. Alright, and remove this warning. So why we have used this add property? Because we can easily use this function like this. Just say constant activity tracker equal to, here we will use this function, and we will pass the data stream, this data stream, and the research state, and then we can directly use this and just say add, and here we can add the type, status, and the message for each and every activities. Save this and use this function. Let me remove it. So first, let me create one activity tracker. Let's just say const activity tracker equal to create activity tracker, and here we will pass the data stream and the research state. All right, now let's use this activity tracker. We have to pass it in all these functions. So in the generate search queries, let's pass the activity tracker, and let me go to the research function and open the generate search query. So along with the research state, we will also pass this activity tracker. Let's create the type for this activity tracker in the types.ts file. Let's use export type activity tracker equal to, we have used add that have the activity, and it is returning void. That's it. Let's use this. Now let's use this activity tracker. Just activity tracker dot add. First we will add the type, so add planning, and for the status just say pending, and here let's send the message saying planning the research. That's it. So here we are getting error because we have to send this as an object. So let's do that. First is the type, second is the status, and third is the message. All right. So let me copy this, and once we get these results, let's send one more message saying planning is complete, and for the message just say crafted the research plan. Now here we have to add this type, status, and message every time. So instead let's change the signature of this add function. So go to the activity tracker, and here let me make it a regular function, and then first let's add the type. We will get this type from activity type, then status from activity status, and message from activity and message. All right, let's use this type, status, and message. That's it. Let's save this. Now here we don't have to add the type, status, and message. We can only say planning, pending, and the message. Now let's see why we are getting this error. Expected 1 but got 3. Alright, we have to change type here because we changed this. So let me just copy this, and it should be data, not date. Go to the types and paste the types right here. Alright, let's save this. Now the error is gone. Let's do the same for here as well. Right, now let's see if we are getting this in the front end or not. Let me just go to the main.ts file, and let's just comment this out for now because we are running only this generate search queries function. Let me save this, and here let me click on start research. All right, we got one array, and now we got two array. So one is before it generated the search queries, and one is after it generated the queries. So in the content we got all these details: type, status, message, and the timestamp. And same for this as well. All right, so let's render all this. and add more messages in each and every functions. Let's go to the research functions and let me just copy this. Now in the search, let's also add the activity tracker. Now here let's just say search as a type, pending as a status, and here let's use the backticks and just say searching for, let's pass the query. Alright, looks great. And let's copy this, paste it right here. Search, let's change this to complete, and here let's just say found filtered results dot length, so found 1020 results for this query. Alright, let me copy this and paste it for all the functions. The extract, we don't need to add for the process results. Let's add here as well. Let's add in the analyze, in the generate report as well. Now let's pass this activity tracker in all the function in the main file. Let me uncomment all this, and here let's pass this activity tracker in all the functions in the search, and process search results, and analyze findings, and in the generate report. Alright, so that's it. And here let's add all the messages. So just copy this. Now for the extract content, let's just say extract as a type, pending as a status, and here let's just write extracting content from this URL. Let me copy this and use right here. Change the status to complete, and here let's just say extracted content from the URL. Let's copy this. So here we also have to pass the activity tracker. We don't need to add any messages for the process search results because we are already doing that in the extract content. So let's skip this. In the analyze finding, let's add the message. Now here change the status to pending, and here type to analyze. And for the message, let's just say analyzing research findings. Let's also add the iteration. So just say iteration. Let's add the current iteration 1 of max iteration. Alright, now here let's change this to analyze complete, and here let's just say analyzed collected research findings. That's it. And then we'll say whether the content is sufficient or not based on the results object. So here we have sufficient, so let's use that. Let's just say is result is content sufficient equal to result dot sufficient. Now here sufficient does not exist on string or alright, so let's just add a type here. Type of result is not equal to string, then it will use this. Let's use this one. If it is true, then let's just send one message saying content is sufficient, else we'll say more research is needed. That's it. Let me copy this, go to the generate report, and here just say generate and pending, and here let's just say generating comprehensive report. Let me copy this, paste it right here, complete, and here we will just say generated comprehensive report, total tokens used. Let's just pass the total tokens from the research state dot token used, and just say research completed in research state dot completed steps. All right, so that's it, and here we are returning this report. So let's send this report to the front end as well. We can do this from the main. So we are getting the report right here, so let's send it using data stream dot write data. Here we'll send one object with a type called report, and in the content let's send this report. All right, that's it, everything is done. Now let's capture this activity in the data, which will be in the Q&A component right here. So let's see, let me test this again. All right, so we got 2 planning and the planning completed, and here we are getting all the messages. Let's just create a front end to display the activities. Let me close all this, go to the deep research folder, and let's create one file called research activities.ts. Let's change this to tsx. All right, now in the Q&A, first we have to create 2 states to store the activities and the sources. So let's do that in the deep research store. So here let me create one state called activities, and which will be an empty array initially, and after activities there should be sources, which is also an empty, and report in a string format. Let's copy all these 3, add its type. Now for the activities we'll use the activity type from the types, and for the sources let's just create one source type right here, export interface source. Let's just say URL as a string and title as a string. Let me add this type in the types file because we are going to use that in multiple files. Let's import this source, and report will be a string. Let's also create the functions. So first Let's change this to set activities, and let's just copy this right here and here. Change this type to activity and array. After this, let me just copy this, and here instead of activities, let's use set resources, and here use sources and source. That's it, and add one more to set report. Now the type of the report will be a string. That's it. Let's copy all this and paste it right here. Let's set this to void. Alright, so we have added 3 set functions and 3 state. Let's use this state in the Q&A. So we will store all the activities from the data using one use effect. First, let's use one condition. If there is no data, then return. Now first, let's extract the activities and sources. Let's just say const message equal to data as unknown type. Let's change this to messages, and then let's use activities equal to messages dot filter. Let's just say one message. We got one message, and from the message, first let's check type of message is equal to an object, and the message dot type should be activity. Let's just say message as any, and let's add this quick fix for the any, and then let's use dot map. From map, let's extract the message and set the message dot content, because we have all our details in the message dot content. All right, and then let's store the sources. So basically we are getting the URL from the extract function. So if you open the research function and go to the extract content, here we are sending the URL. So we will specifically search for HTTPS pattern in the extract type. So let's extract the sources. Sources equal to activities dot filter. From this activities, we will filter activity equal to activity dot type. It should be extract, and activity dot status should be complete. Only then we'll use dot map. Let's use activity and let's add one object. Let's extract the URL from the message. So activity dot message dot split. So here if you see, we are sending the message like this: extracted content from. So after from, we'll get the URL. So that's why in the split we will use the from space and extract the URL. Let's return URL, and the title. For the title, let's just split the URL dot split by slash, and we'll get its domain in the third position of an array, or just send the URL as title. So this is how we will get the sources. Now similarly, let's extract the report from the coming data. So let's just say const report data equal to messages dot find. Let's extract the message, and the type of message should be an object, and let me just copy this. Message dot type should be report. Now let's set everything. First we'll set the activities, but we have to extract it from here. Set activities, set sources, and set report. So let's use this and add the activities. Sources. Now let's set the report. Set report data dot content. Now here we'll get the type error, so let's just say report as any. Now here let's add all the dependencies. Data, set activities, set sources, set report, and also let's use this set loading right here, and in the loading we'll pass the is loading state. Let's pass the set loading and is loading state. So let me just summarize what we did so far. So we created one activity tracker that uses the data stream to send this whole object, and we are only changing the type, status, and the message. And then we have used this create activity tracker in the main.ts file in the deep research function right here. Then we are sending this activity tracker to each and every function, and then in these functions we are using it like this to add the messages and the type and the status. And then we are getting all these details in a data from the use chat, and from this data we have extracted all those activities and stored it in their respective states. So let's use all this activities, sources, and report in a separate component. So in the research activity, let's use the activities. Let me extract the activities from the use deep search store, and let's use this component as a client component. Let's extract the sources and is loading as well. Let's add one class in this div. Let's set width to 400 pixel, fixed at the top -4, the right -4. That's it. And in this div, so we will use two UI components from the shared CN. One is the collapsible and another is the tabs. So let's go to the shared CN. Let's open the collapsible, and here it is. First let's import this, and then let's use this. In this trigger, let's add one button and the icon button from UI, and in this button we will use chevron down icon with the class name width -4, height -4. That's it. And let's set the button variant to outline. After the variant, set size to SM and set class name, say width to 9 and p-0. Let me render this component in the Q&A component. Let's add as child, and in the collapsible content we'll add the tabs. So let's go to the shared CN, go to tabs. Let's copy all this and import the tabs from UI folder, and let's copy this. Let's change this default values to activities, and here is the tabs content, and for this let's change this to sources. So we have activities and the sources trigger and the sources. All right, let's change this to activities and sources. Now here we'll only render this when the sources dot length is greater than 0. Now for the activities, let's render one unordered list, and here let's get the activities dot map. Let's grab the activity and the index, and here let's return the li tag. In the li, let's add one div. So we'll show a different colored dot for pending, complete, warning, and the error status. So in this div, let me add the class name, set flex item center, and gap to 2. First, let me set the key as an index. In the div, let's add the span, and in this span, let me just write ampersand and bsp, so it will count it as a space. Now for this class, let's use a backticks, and let me use one variable from the activity. So if activity dot status is equal to complete, then we'll render the background green color 500, else let me just copy all this. If the activity status is an error, set the bg red 500, else let's just set bg yellow 500. That's it. And after this, let's also set the minimum width to 2, minimum height to 2, display block, and rounded full. One full circle with this colors based on this status. And after this span, let's add the p. Now here, if you go to the types, and in the activity, we have a type, status, and the message. So let's render all this. Let's just render activity dot message. Now after this div, let's add one span, and in this span, let's render the timestamp, new date, and here let's just add activity dot timestamp. Let's just save this and check it out. Let me reload it. And let's quickly fill up this question answers. Right, we got one error, cannot read property of undefined reading content in the use effect. In the Q&A, we are getting error at 42. Let's check it out. Now here. Alright, let's resolve it by using the conditional operator. Let's just say type of, let me copy all this, is equal to string. Then let's just return this, or let's return an empty string. Let's use this report right here. Here, let's also add the question mark, and let's save this and test this out. All right, let me add this. All right, so we are getting all the details. This is planning the research and crafted the research plan, and the color is also good enough. Let's add the styling for this. Now in the collapsible, let's set width to full, and for the collapsible content, let's set height to 50 viewport height. In the tabs, let me remove this. Instead, set width to full, height to full, shadow MD. And in the tabs list, let's add width to full, padding left and right to 2, padding top and bottom to 6. All right. And for the tabs trigger, let's add few classes. Let's set flex-1, shadow none, border dash black with 10 opacity, border dash solid. That's it. All right, looks great. Now for the tabs content, let's set height dash. We will use the calculate function, and here set 100% minus 60 pixel, and set overflow Y to auto. All right, looks great. Let's set the same border right here, and now in this UL, let's add space Y 4 and padding 4. Then in this li tag, let's set display to flex, flex to column, gap to 2, and border B, B-2, and text to SM. And now it looks much better. Here let's set edge to 2 with minimum height, and now this is looking much better. Now here we are getting the whole URL, so instead let's just extract this domain name. So for that, in this message, first we'll check if it includes the HTTPS. If it does, let's split that. So let's just grab this and let's use dot split. Let's split by HTTPS // let's grab the first element, so 0 plus, so this will contain the message, and next let's add the domain. Let me grab this again, and here let's use 1, and again let's split that by slash and grab the first element, which will be the domain. Else let's just render the activity message. Let's save this. All right, here is the domain. Looks great. Now let's format this date. For that, let me install the one library called date-fns. Now let's grab the format function from date-fns. Let's use this right here. Let's grab this. Instead of this, use format. Let me remove the toDate string, and in the format add the timestamp, and here let's add our minute, and seconds. Make sure you write the H in the capital. That's it. Let's save this. And now it is looking much better. Let's add a class in this one. Set text to extra small and text color to muted foreground. Now it looks much better. So that's it. Our activities are done. Now let's render the sources. So for the sources, let me remove this. Let's use condition if sources.length is greater than 0, only then render the types content. And in the content, let's get the UL and sources.map. Let's grab source and index. Now here let's use li. Now first let's add the key, and for that we'll use the index. Now in the li, let's use link, and in the link let's render the source.title, and in the href we'll render the source.url. Make sure you import this link from next/link. Let's add return. Let me save this, and here it is. So we are getting the 3 URLs. Let's add the class name. Also let's copy this class name and paste it right here. And for this UL, let's say space y24 and p-4. For the li, display flex dash column cap to 2 border dash b and p-2. For the link, let's add text dash sm text blue to 600, and on hover let's use underline. Now for this link, let's set target to blank. Alright, now this looks much better. As you can see, it has used 24,000 tokens, and the process is completed in 9 steps. Now similar to this activities, let's render the report component right here. But before that, let me just say in here, if the activities dot length is 0, then just return. We don't need this is loading state. Here from the start, let's just set it to open. Now this way it won't close. So for that, let's just add one state. And let's name it as open. And here set is open. Initially it will be a false. Let's provide this state value to here, and on open change we'll provide this set is open state. Let's set this to true initially, and let's rotate this chevron icon. So let's use backticks. Here if is open state is true, then we'll render rotate dash 180. Let's save this. Alright, now this looks much better. Let's create the one component to show the report. The deep research, in the deep research folder, let's create research report.ts. it will be a client-side component. Let's change this to TSX. Now here, first grab everything from the use deep research store. So let me just copy this instead of activities and sources. Let's grab the report is completed state, is loading state, and the topic. Now we'll render report in a card component, so make sure you import it. Now in this card, let's render one div, and in this div we will display the report in a markdown format. So that's why we will use the React Markdown. Let's install that, npm install react-markdown. So along with this markdown, let's also use remark-gfm to make the markdown pretty and use all the properties of markdown. And it's done. So in the div, let me grab the markdown from React Markdown. It is a default export. Let's also import the remark gfm. So in the markdown, we will render the report. But remember, right now this report is not a fully markdown format, because if you check the research function and go to the generate report function, here in the prompts we are asking it to provide the report in a report tag. Let me go to the prompts, and here it is, and close the report in report tags. So let's extract the report which is between these tags. So report dot split by this report tag, and let's grab the second element of an array. Again, we'll split it by the closing report tag, and let's grab the first element. That's it. And in the markdown, let's add this remark gfm. So just write remark plugins, and in an array add the remark gfm. Let's save this, and let's render this component in the Q&A. Alright, there is an issue. Okay, here we have to add one condition. If there is no report, then just return. Let's run this again. Alright, we are getting all the activities, and once it has extracted the content successfully, it is storing that sources right here. And here we got the whole report. Now it is not properly formatted, so let's install the typography plugin from Tailwind CSS. Just write npm install at tailwind css/typography. Alright, it is installed. Let's copy this and go to the globals. Usually we used to add the plugins in the Tailwind config file, but from version 4 there is no config file, so we'll add this plugin in the globals.css file. Tailwind css/typography. Let's save this, and then in the research report and this div, let's add its class called pros, and let's check this out. Alright, now it is a bit formatted. Let's add a few more classes. Now with the pros, set pros.sm for smaller screen, and up to medium screen set pros-base, and set max width to none. Let's save this. Alright, now let's add the classes for the card. Set max width to 90 VW, and for the Excel, set max width to 60 VW. Looks great. Set position to relative, padding left and right to 4, padding top and bottom to 6, rounded up to Excel, and border dash black with 10 opacity, border dash solid, shadow to none, and set padding, total padding to 6. Alright, looking good. Now for this code snippets, let's use React syntax highlighter to add the color to this code. Let's say React syntax highlighter. Let's install this. So for each code component from the Markdown, we'll use this syntax highlighter. So let's import it. Import. Use Prism as syntax highlighter from React syntax highlighter. Let's check the documentation too. Alright, and let's copy this. So instead of dark, we'll use the night owl theme. Now in this Markdown, let's get the code snippets, so we can get it from the components. Use one more parenthesis and just grab the code. Now this code will have the class name, children, inline, and the props. Let's use the code props for the types, and let's define this right here. Type code props equal to component prop with ref, and here we'll pass the HTML code element, and here let's say inline as a boolean. That's it. And then let's use the syntax highlighter. Return syntax highlighter, and if we see the documentation, here we have a language and the style, so let's pass this as well, and this code string. So if we see this report, let me open this and grab this element. So in this in the code, we are getting the language bash in the class, so let's extract that. Const match equal to, first we'll use one regular expression to match this class. Just say language dash, and in the braces let's use slash w plus, close the expression, dot execute. Let's add the class name or an empty string, and then let's store this in the language variable match, then match second element, else just an empty string. Here let's put a condition if there is not inline code and there is a language, then we will return the syntax highlighter with its options. So let's add const syntax highlighter props equal to, let's add style, which is the night owl, and language, then pre-tag, we'll change it to div, and let's add the children. Let's use string to format the children. Let's use this props right here. Now here we have this condition. So if there is no language available, then we have to render the code as it is. So just return. Let's use the code, and in the code pass the children and class name as the class name and the props. Alright, let's save this. And it seems it's gone. Let me generate this again. And I have generated this report again. Let's scroll down, and here it is. Now it looks much better. It has the color. Let's remove this padding. For that, we can use a pros class. So pros dash pre tag set p to 2. Alright, it has decreased the padding. Now this looks much better. So the report component is generated. Now let's add the timer component right here. I think there is an issue with the types. Let's install the React syntax highlighter types. Now similar to this, let's add this is completed. If the question form is not completed, we won't show the report component. And again, we'll also put one more condition. If there is no report and is loading is true, then let's return one card. And in this card, let's add one div. And here let's add one p. Just say researching your topic. Let's add the class, set display flex dash column item center, justify to center, and space y to 4. Set padding to 8. And for the p, let's set text dash sm text muted foreground. Let's also add one loader 2 icon from Lucid React. And let's add the class, set width to 4, height to 4. Let's change it to 8 and use animate, spin, and margin right to 2. And there is no need for margin right because we are using flex column. And in the card, let's set padding to 4, max width to 50 pw, rounded XL, adding left and right to 4, padding top and bottom to 2, PG white / 60 opacity. Now let's add one button to download the report as in the Markdown format. Now here let's add the type first, syntax highlighter props. Alright, error is gone now. So in this card, let's add one button. So after this card, let me add one div first, and in this div, let's add the button. Let's just say download, and here we'll render one icon, download from Lucid React. Let's add the class name, set width to 4 and height to 4. That's it. Make sure you import this button from the UI folder. Let's add the class name, set display flags, justify end, and gap to 2, margin bottom to 4, top to 4, and right to 4, and we'll set the display as an absolute. For this button, let's set size to SM and class name, set flex, item center, gap to 2 and rounded. And on click, let's create one function to download this report as Markdown. Let's just name it as a handle Markdown download. Let's create this function right here. So first, let's grab the content. Let me just copy this and create const content equal to report. Then let's create new blob to store the content in blob format. Now in the blob, let's pass the content in an array and set the type to text/markdown. After creating this, let's create one URL to download it. Just say url.create object URL and pass this blob. Then let's create one link, document.create element, and let's create anchor tag, and anchor tag.href will be the URL, a.download. Let's name the topic research-report.md, which stands for the Markdown. So document.body, let's attach this anchor tag. So use append child and pass the anchor tag. Let's click this anchor tag and then we will remove it. So document.body.remove child, and we'll remove this child and empty the URL. So revoke object URL, pass this URL. That's it. So basically this function will download the report in Markdown format. Let's save this and try it out. And now it's gone. I have to generate it again. Give me just few seconds. Alright, so we got one download button right here. Let me click that. And it has downloaded this file. And here it is. Now as you can see, it has downloaded this whole report, which is in the Markdown format. And it has provided the sources and the further reading as well. Now let's add the timer component. Let's create one file called research timer.tsx. Here let me grab the required states from use deep research store. Let's make it a client-side component because we are going to use the use effect. From this, we'll need report is completed and the activities. Let's use the card component and let me add the classes p-2 bg white /60 border dash black with 10 opacity, border solid, shadow none, and let's make it rounded. Now in this card, let's use p tag and let's just say time elapsed. Let's use span, and in this span we will render the seconds. So first let's create a logic to increase the seconds. Let me create one use state. Let's just say elapsed time, and here let's set 0. Let's use effect, and here let's add report and is completed. If report.length is greater than at least 10 characters, then return. That means stop. Let's just define the start time first. Start time equal to date.now, and let's add the timer function, which will use the set interval. Now for this interval we'll use 16 milliseconds. So why 16? Because it is approximately 60 frames per second, and it is for a smoother UI update, so that's why I have set it to 16. And in the timer, let's use set elapsed time, and here just say date.now minus start time. All right, and in the return, let's clear the interval function, pass the timer function. Now this should keep showing us the seconds. Let me put one condition. If activities dot length is less than or equal to 0, then there is no need to show this timer. So let's return. Here let's get the seconds. We are storing this state as milliseconds, so let's use math.floor and elapsed time divided by 1000. This is how we'll get the seconds, and let's get the rest of the milliseconds from the elapsed time, and here we'll use the modular operator by 1000. Now this will get us the rest of the milliseconds. Now here we'll also show the minutes, not only seconds, so that's why let's use one condition. If seconds is greater than 60, then we'll render the minute by using math.floor, and here let's pass the seconds divided by 60 as minutes, and along with that we'll also show the rest of the seconds. For that we'll use the modular operator by 60. If it is greater than 0, then show the seconds divided by modulo dot to string, and just say s as a second as null. If seconds are not greater than 60, then let's just render seconds and the milliseconds. Seconds and dot milliseconds dot to string. Let's just add s. Let's save this and see if it is working or not. But before that, let me just add the text size to text sm and text color to text muted foreground. Let's use this research timer in the Q&A component before this report. Alright, so let me generate this. Alright, so now it is showcasing this time component, and that's it. Now here, if you see, we got the error. So let's see how we can handle this error gracefully and show the error message in the activities. So let's go to the research functions, and we got the error in the search. So after this try block, in the catch, we can use this activity tracker to send the error information. But what we did for the call model function, let's do the same to generate a common error function that can handle all the errors. So in the utils, let's create it. Let's just export const handle error. This will accept a generic type with error as unknown and context as a string. Then activity tracker, make sure you import its type. Now activity tracker will be an optional. After the activity tracker, it will accept the activity type. For this, we'll use the activity type and pass the type. And then let's add the fallback return as a generic type T. Now this will return the fallback return first, and first let's extract the error message. If the error is an instance of error type, then it should have the error dot message as, let's just say, unknown error. Alright, and if there is activity tracker and activity type, then let's just use activity tracker dot add. Here first we'll send the type, so just say activity type, and with the type let's set the status, which will be the error status, and then let's send the error message, or let's just say this provided context failed, and then we'll show the error message. So this function will handle the error gracefully and send the required message back to the front end. Now this should be an arrow function. Now let's make this activity type as optional as well. That's it. Let's save this and use it in the different functions. So go to the search function here. Let's return the handle error function. Make sure to import this. Let's send the error, and for the context, let's say that it was searching for this particular query. And after this, let's send the activity tracker, then type, which is the search. And after that, for fallback, let's send an empty array. If handle error function fails, let's just send an empty array. Let's remove this and let me copy this. Let's set the same for this extract content, but first we have to add this in a try block. Alright, instead of this, let's change it to content extraction from, let's pass the URL, and here instead of an array, let's set it to null. Let's copy this and let's add right here in the analyze function. Here instead of search, change this to extract, and here to analyze, and let's change this context, just say content analysis. Got the error when we are doing the content analysis, then activity tracker and analyze, and instead of null, here let's send this fallback sufficient. Let me just copy this, sufficient to false, and gaps. Here let's just say unable to analyze content. And after this, for the queries, let's just say please try a different search query. Alright, let me just remove this Let me copy this, and let's do this for the generate search queries as well. First, let's add all this into a try block. Let me copy this, paste it right here, and here let's just send research planning and change this to planning type. Instead of all this, the output should be search queries. Let me remove this, and here let's just say topic best practices. Let's use research state.topic. So here we are creating a custom queries in case there is an error, and let's do this for a few more times. Let's change this to guidelines and examples. Now let's do this for the report. Let's change this to report generation. Here let's change this to generate, and here we'll only send one string because the output of a report should be string. Error generating report, please try again. And that's it. Now error handling is done for the research functions, but we have yet to implement this in the model caller. So let's open that. Now there is a high chance, due to high number of API calls to this LLM models, your application could not get the results back. So that's why we'll add the retry logic right here. Let me grab all this. First, let me create one variable called attempts equal to 0, and then we'll create one loop and just say attempts less than max retries. Now in our case, we will use the maximum retry attempts constant. So if you open the constant, here it is. So we are attempting for maximum 3 times, and here paste the code. Let's use the try block and add the catch block right here. Now if there is an error, let's increment the attempts, and let's set error in a variable called last error. So let's just define it first. Error, its type will be error or null. So let's store this error in this variable. Let's just say if error is an instance of error type, then it should have the error dot message. Else let's just create new error that says unknown error. Let's remove this, it should be as it is. And then let's create one condition. If attempts are less than max retry attempts, then we will use activity tracker. So make sure you add the activity tracker along with the research state. Let's do that. Activity tracker, and use it right here. Let's say activity tracker dot add, and here we'll pass the activity type. So we have to pass it from here. Initially it should be generate. Also let's update the model option type because we have added this argument. Along with the activity type, let's set the status to an error or warning. And here let's create one message saying model call failed attempt. Let's use variable attempts divided by max retry attempts retrying. And also let's add the delay, await delay. Let's create this delay function in the utils. Export const delay. Here pass the milliseconds, and here we'll use new promise resolve set timeout and pass the resolve and the seconds. Let's use this, make sure to import it, and in here we'll pass the retry delay ms and multiply it by attempts. So it will delay the calling this model. And after this catch block, let's throw the error, last error or new error that says failed after max retry attempts. That's it. Now for this activity type, let's add in the model call options. So open the types, go to the model call options. Let's add activity type as an optional activity and type. That's it. So let's pass the activity type and activity tracker whenever we are using the call model function in the research functions. So first we are using it right here after the schema. Let's pass the activity type. Now this is planning, and after the research state, pass the activity tracker. Let me copy this. Next we have a search. We are not using call model in the search. The extract content, after the schema, type extract and pass the activity tracker. And in here we are also not using the call model, but we are using it in the analyze. So after the schema, let's add activity type and analyze. Now here change this to generate, and here activity tracker. That's it. Now all the errors are gone. Now let's add one beautiful background. So let me close all this, go to the page. So here I have generated one beautiful background using AI. So I'm going to use this. You can use any background image you want. So after this main, let me add one div, and in this div let's grab image from the next and set src alt. Let's just say deep research agent, AI agent, class name with full h to full, object center and opacity to 50. Let's grab that background from the public /public/background.jpg. Let's use this pg right here. And for this div, let's set the position to fix top 0, left 0 width to full, height to full object cover, and set index to -10, background black. Let's set opacity to 30. Let's save this. Alright, it looks great. Now let's add a blur background effect for this user input. So go to the user input, and in the class name we have G60, and here let's say set backdrop blur and say SM. Also let's add border dash black with 10 opacity. Now this looks much better. Now let's test this for one final time, but before that let me change the constants. So here let's set maximum search result up to 5 and maximum iteration up to 3. Let's save this and let me reload this again. Let's click on submit. Let me show you the current credits that I have, which is $6.797, and for the Exa API I have 16.42. Let's copy this. We want advanced technical details, and we want this for academic research. Just exclude non-technical sources. Let's click on start research. Now here we'll add the background later once this completes the report generation. Now planning the research, crafted the research, searching for the 3 queries. First it found the 5 results, 15 results, so it will extract the data from all the 15 sources, and here are the sources. Right now it is analyzing the research findings, and content is sufficient from all these 15 sources. So now it will generate the comprehensive report. Alright, such report is generated. So it has used 94,512 tokens, and it took the 21 steps. Now let's add styling for all this. Let's open the question form, and here in the card let me add BG white with 60 opacity, backdrop blur to SM, border and rounded dash XL, border dash black with 10 opacity, and border dash solid. Let's save this. Alright, now it looks much better. Let's do the same for the report as well. Let me copy this whole class, go to the research report and paste it right here, and here as well. Let's remove the duplicate classes. Alright, looks great. Let's do the same for this activities. Let's open the activities, research activities. Go to the tabs content and paste this. Alright, looks great. Let's do the same for the sources as well. Now here we are getting one error, timestamp does not exist on activity. So let's add that in the types. Now here let's add the optional timestamp with the type number. So here let's just say if activity timestamp is there, only then we'll render the span tag. Now the error is gone. Now here we have already completed filling these questions. So instead of rerunning this research, let's show this question answers in a proper format using accordion. So for that we'll create one component in the deep research folder. Let's create completed questions.tsx component. Let's change this to use client, and here let's grab the questions from the use deep research store. Along with questions we will want the answers as well, and is completed. So if is completed is false, or questions dot length is equal to 0, then return null, else show this component. So here we will use the accordion. So let's go to the shared CN and click accordion. Let's grab this components and the skeleton. Let's change this to item 0, and in the accordion trigger let's add one span, and let's just say questions and answers. So we'll use two accordion, one to show the question answers and one to show the whole component. So in this accordion content, let's add one div. In this div we'll add one accordion. Let me add the class name, set margin left and right to auto, padding top and bottom to 6, space y to 8. Now in this accordion, let me copy this, and let's use the questions dot map. Let's grab the question and index. Here we'll return this accordion item. Now for the value, let's just say item dash index. Let's add the key as well. Now in this trigger, let's remove this, add span, and in the span first just write question index plus 1, and here let's render the question. Now in the content, let's use p tag, and here we'll render the answers. So answers and add the index. So that's it. Let me save this, and let's render this component in the Q&A. So after the question form, we'll render this. Let me start this again. Before I click on start research, let me just comment out the main deep research function so that it don't run without necessary. Let me click on start research. Alright, so here it is rendering this component. We have to add a few classes. Let's add the class name, set width to full, max width to 90 viewport width. For larger screen than SM, set max dash width dash 80 viewport width, and for Excel, set max width to 50 viewport width. set bg white with 60 opacity, backdrop blur to sm, border padding left and right to 4, padding top and bottom to 2, and rounded XL. Alright, looks great. Now let me go to the questions form, and here we'll set if is completed. Let's grab the is completed. If is completed is true, then let's return. We don't want to render this. Alright, it's gone. Now here, let me remove the border for the accordion item. Border -0. And for this accordion trigger, let's set text size to text -base, capitalize, and on hover there should be no underline. For this accordion, let's set width to full, and for this accordion trigger, let's set text -left, on hover, no underline. And for this question, let's add the text -black color with 70 opacity. And for the accordion content, let's set bg muted with 50 opacity, padding 4, and rounded medium. Also, let's add the class for this p tag. Set text muted foreground. Let's save this. Alright, looks much better. Let's not set this 70, let's keep the 90, or let's decrease it to 80, and now it looks much better. So that's it. Let me uncomment this route. Now let's test everything for one final time. Let's check the credits. It's 6.737, and here, let me reload this. It's $16.40. Let's use how to run Deepseek R1 locally. Click submit. What specific aspect of running Deepseek R1 locally are you interested in? Use installation and configuration. Advanced. Deepseek R1 for research. Let's select production. Let's exclude non-technical sources. As you can see, now it is showing the completed questions. And it has generated this report in 1 minute and 10 seconds. Hopefully we don't have to extract more content. And it has used 87,000 tokens and took 21 steps to generate this whole report. Now let's check the credits. So from 737 it went to 682. So it is using very low than expected. Plus we are also using the free model to generate the report, but if you use the paid one, then the cost can go up. Here is the detailed usage per model, and if you check the billing right here, 16.40 to 16.38, only 0.2. So it is not taking that much cost, and within $10 I think you can run it for too many times. So the costing is not that much because we have built this custom solution all by ourselves. So we know, and we can track many things right here. You can change the prompts, or you can update the constants as per your need. Alright, so today we have built a sophisticated AI research agent from scratch that can plan and execute complex research tasks, adapt its strategies based on what it discovers, and generate this comprehensive, well-sourced report, all with complete transparency into its process. While ChatGPT and Grok offer similar or more capabilities, but building your own agent gives you complete control over how it works. You can customize it for specific domains, connect it to the proprietary databases, or modify how it reasons. If you enjoy this tutorial and want to see more advanced AI development content, smash that like button and subscribe to the channel. Drop a comment letting me know what kind of AI agent you'd like to build next. And if you are implementing this yourself, I'd love to see what you build with it. Share your projects in the comments or tag me on the Twitter. Until next time, keep coding and keep building. See you in the next video.